Good morning, everyone. It's Dennis here from Celebrate. So I'm really glad you guys can join me for a class using the Let's Go Fishing, Let's Go Camping collection. It was a really fun collection to design. It's always fun, using sort of more masculine kind of artworks, I suppose, as opposed to florals. So it's something fun to play with. So we've got two layouts that we're going to get through. The first is using the Let's Go Fishing side of the collection, and that's this layout here. It's really a simple layout to construct. There is a cutting guide that is in the description. You can just go onto this video description and click on it, download it, and get the cutting sort of out the way. It's not a complicated layout. You will see my influence in scrapbooking has really just been doing classes with Juliet and with Jenny Heaslip. So having done those two, there is obviously a little bit of interactive, nowhere near as hectic as Jenny, but there is some interactive there. And then the sort of like full of the layout and the borders on the side, those all come from sort of inspiration from doing Juliet's classes. So yeah, should we get started? I'm quite excited to do this class, a little bit anxious, but we'll take it slow. And you can just hit the space bar on your PC or your laptop if you're watching it there, and that'll pause the video, hit the space bar again, and that'll play again. So if you are falling behind, just hit the space bar and catch up. But I'm going to take it slowly. Okay, so this is obviously the first layout. What we're going to need before we start the class is you're going to need a ruler, obviously. I'm working in inches today. I hate to admit this because I'm not a fan of inches, but I think I've been converted in terms of scrapbooking to use inches. So we're going to use inches today. I don't use anything more than quarters. So I just find it too complicated. So everything is it'll either be 1/4, a half, 3/4, or a whole. So it's not going to be any eighths or anything complicated like that. So you're going to need your ruler. You're going to need some double-sided tape. I'm just using a thin one. I just find it easier because I don't use scissors. I just tear with my hands, and I find the thinner, or what is that, probably a 3 or 5 mil tape to be the easiest to get things done quickly. You will need a little bit of foam tape or foam squares or whatever you've got just to raise a few elements. If I can show you here, it's not much, but we have done like a little bit of sort of layers to the certain elements on the layout. So I don't ever go more than sort of one foam layer height. So I generally work flat or one raised somewhere in the layout, so it still fits neatly into your album, but it gives you a bit of dimension. You'll need a wet glue. I'm using Tombow because that's what Erin had here for me. You're going to need 3 colors. This isn't critical, but I've used Rocket Red Gold, Niagara Mist, and Ocean Depth for this layout. So, I mean, the Ocean Depth just goes with the blues. There is green within the layout, so I found Niagara Mist worked well. And then obviously the popping color, just to give it like life, is the red in this one, the orange and red, so Rocket Red Gold. For the chipboard, I've used this decorative pigment ink, Celestial Copper. Please color your chipboard how you feel comfortable. I'm not an expert at coloring chipboard, and I just find it really easy to apply, and I really like the sort of like shimmer that the decorative pigment ink gives. Pair of scissors and a file, if you've got one, or a sanding block, and then just a pen, because we are going to be doing a few little marks on the base to get it together. You'll also just need a scoreboard, very briefly, or if you know how to score without using a scoreboard, whatever your preferred tool is, and your trimmer, obviously. So I think I'm ready to get started, if you guys are. So move this out of the way. So you would have received the cutting guide by now, and so your pieces should be cut. My pieces I've cut and I have sanded the edges. It just saves time, so let's get that done before the class. Pause the video, go and do your cutting and sanding the edges. Again, Jenny's, oh no, this is actually Juliet's influence, the sanding the edges. I just think it's really, really cool. Gives it a really nice effect. And so you can chalk if you want, you can leave it plain if you want, but for me, sanding is the way to go. So if you look at the cutting guide, all of this is there for you to label. Thank you, Jenny. That's a really nice way of making the class simple, labeling. So all the sizes are there, and I've got my piles together. So for this first layout, you're going to need your piles B, C, D, E, F, and then the white cardstock. The white cardstock is not critical. If you want to put your photos directly onto the layout, by all means, leave the white cardstock off. For me, these are photo sizes. For me, it's just a double matte. So I can just trim down my photo slightly, and I've got a double matte. The white cardstock is not in the bulk pack. You'd have to obviously just put that in yourself if you're wanting to copy this. But it really is just place marks for the photos. Okay. So I think the first thing we're going to do, let me move all of this out the way. First thing we're going to do is take the base page, which was PP8701. Turn it around. Got your double spread, which is something we always do with Celebrate. So we can go and trim off the barcode so long, the barcode strips. A bit more from both. I didn't use these two barcodes, but they're pretty cool and would come in handy for cards. So keep them, don't throw anything away. There's quite a few offcuts. I think if you want to, you could easily create another layout with all the offcuts. Okay, so that's basically the double layout. You will see on mine, a tip I've learned from Juliet is creating a bit of interest on the board, on the sides, on the borders. And in order to do that, obviously we're going to trim the base down a bit, but I really like it. I love the effect of the borders on the side. So I'm not going to trim it down immediately. I'm actually going to assemble those borders onto the sides, and then I'll put it through the guillotine and trim it down to 12. Then if we do stick anything sort of like not quite at an inch or not quite at the desired size, we can rectify that at the end. So let's start with the left-hand side page, this one. Basically what we're going to do to create the background is the same for both pieces of paper. So the first thing I think we're going to do is create the side border. This over here using the sort of, what is that, tartan pattern, that orangey color, and the barcode strip that we've cut. We've fussy cut the chevron out. So those pieces will be pieces E3 and E4. Okay. I'm just going to leave this in frame so you can actually just see exactly what I'm doing. We're also going to need, from your orange strips, pieces D4 and D5. And then you're going to need the two chevron pieces that we've fussy cut. Okay. Those come off of your barcode border strip. I think it was page 8703. Okay, I'm just going to remove the tags now. Once you've got them, you'll see this is pretty symmetrical. So we're just going to do the reverse to each. So I've sanded my items down. So basically what we're going to create is something like this. And that will be on the left-hand side of the layout. The right-hand side of the layout, we want to create something like that. Okay. So if I look at my layout here, let me just get the measurements for you. We want about a 1-inch tartan piece sort of exposed. Okay, so let's just move that out of the way. Let's create these guys first, I think. Okay, so I'm going to use my cutting mat because it's a great ruler. So I'm just going to pop it on there, just anywhere, just so I can see where the inch mark sort of is. I'm going to take the orange, apply double-sided tape. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Please excuse my taping here. I am not an expert taper, and I really can't be spending hours doing this too neatly, so I'll just tear. Okay, I'm just going to do the other side at the same time. While we've got our tape out, let's just tape up these guys as well. You can use a wet glue if you prefer. I think you just use whatever you're used to and you have your preference. For me, I just prefer tape. Okay. All right. I've got to move it off now. So let's just get a marker over there. We said we want about 1 inch exposed. At this stage, it doesn't really matter if we're doing the left or the right. So obviously, the one can just be flipped. Okay. So holding that there, there's our inch sort of on that side. Okay. Take our chevron. Yeah, the chevron, I want to have it just like a few mils in, just so that we can see the popping orange sort of color. Yeah. So I want something like that. Yeah, I have got a bit of exposed tape on the back. I should have not pulled the one side off. Doesn't matter. It's going to be stuck to the background page shortly. And that won't be an issue. We're just doing the reverse now, but I mean, you can assemble it the same and just turn it sort of upside down. So again, okay, I'm doing this side. So instead of going the reverse, let's just, I think because I'm right-handed, get that on there. I'll put it down on my mat. Go. And then get this guy on. We just again want a nice little, a couple of mils at the edge. And there we go. Okay, again, if you've used red tape, I'm sorry. That's not very forgiving, but there it is there. Now we're going to take our background sheets, fasten them on. So this will go on this side. And we'll push it right up against the chevron there. So let's run a piece of tape. I think the easiest will be just to run the tape along this side. Yeah, just to make sure things stay square, I am going to put that nice and neatly edge. And let's go now. Okay. Sorry, I really shouldn't have put tape along that edge, but we can fix that shortly. We're just going to take a little offcut of cardstock that I had lying around just to cover that tape because it's going to annoy me. I can, there we go, do it more freely. I'll trim the edges and get everything neat now when we do the guillotine works. So let's go ahead and do the other side of the layout. So that'll be this side here, which is going to fix on there. Yeah. Put this issue again. Okay. Straight. Go. Another piece of cardstock just to cover the glue for now. Okay. Okay, so obviously we're bigger than 12 by 12 now, so we're going to bring in the guillotine. Surface a bit. And the guillotine. And we want to trim it obviously down to the 12-inch now. So popping it in the guillotine, I just want to get my scissors, that piece of white cardstock is sitting out. And there we go. Okay. So we want to take it to 12-inch. Okay. Trim it off. And there's our 12 by 12. Let's do the same with the other. Yes, just trim a bit white cardstock. All right, yeah. 12. Yeah, those are just offcuts. We can get rid of those. And so we've created our background. 12 by 12, 12 by 12. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is just to create a bit of interest and just make the layout sort of our own, is we're going to get a pen. At this stage, we're doing pretty symmetrical stuff to the layout, so just keep it to one side. So we're going to mark in 5.5 inches, 5.5 inches in. Put a little mark, 5.5 inches down. Put a little mark. Join those two. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me keep my head out of it. 5.5, 5.5. You can use a pencil. I'm just using a pen so it's easier for you to see. Obviously, a pencil is better. I'll just make sure I trim that blue off. On the bottom, just confirm my number there, 2.5. So do the same thing, but let's go 2.5 inch. 2.5 inch. Connect. And that side marked. Take this side, do the exact same thing. So 5.5. 5.5. join those two. All right, 2.5. Two and a half. Right. I've got my marking now. There it is. 2.5. Okay. Once you've got those marked, let's bring the guillotine back. We're going to trim off those triangles. So you can cut that with a blade, but it does work in the guillotine. So I'm just going to pop that in. Make sure that line is just outside the guillotine so that we don't see it. Go. Do the same with the bottom corner. Place it in the guillotine, making sure the blue line is just off the page. Yeah, it looks a bit random right now, but it will come together. Let's do the other side. And cutting off. There we go. Now I can put our guillotine to one side. I don't think we're going to need it much anymore. Yes, I can get rid of those. I'm not going to use those anyway. So basically what we've got now is our layout looking a little something like this. Definitely gone and trimmed something wrong or measured something wrong. It doesn't matter. A lot of this is going to be cut. So I've obviously measured something wrong. But anyway, it's 5.5 by 5.5 and 2.5 by 2.5. As I say, this will be covered, so I'm not stressing about it. Okay, to finish off the layout and make it square again, we are going to need pieces. E1 and E2. E1 and E2. And we are going to need pieces E5 and E6. Okay, so basically what's going to happen here, if you did trim according to the measurements, you will notice that you can probably puzzle this. There we go. So I got that there. So we're going to fix that sort of into that corner. The other over there. This down here. So let's just work on one side for now. The best thing just to remember is if you're like a little bit OCD and you would like your chevrons to match, just get that sorted out now. Turn them around. There we go. Turn them around until you. Okay. No. There we go. Until you get them sort of lining up nicely. So we want to get that guy in there. We want to get that guy there. We'll work on that one separately. What I found was the easiest was just to apply some tape along the side. Where's my tape? There we go. So I know this is 6 by 6. This was 5.5 by 5.5. So I know I've got half an inch sort of play there. Go. We know it's going to form a triangle, so I mean you could always just pop a little piece in this half just to give it a little bit of extra strength. Okay, having nails does help with peeling tape, something I have. Okay, so again, I don't know which one you want to start with, but if we use our board just to keep things square and together. That guy there. We want this guy. Sorry, head again. I will remember to keep that out of his sort of headshot. We want to place that one. This is not easy when you can't stick your head over. But I will get it. We can always trim. Rather let it go over a bit, if that makes sense, because we can trim it. So, excuse me, I'm going to just come back so that my head is not in the way. I'm going to rather just stick it over and then I will trim it off. I think that will be the easiest for me. There we go. Yeah, I can just guillotine it. Do the same with the base. And have it on there so we can apply tape top and left hand side. Okay. I'm obviously not a seasoned scrapper, so you probably have easier ways of getting this all done. Please feel free to use whichever method works for you better. Again, I'm going to go over and then just trim down, and at least I know I can get it straight. There we go. Yeah, let's pop that to one side quickly. I just want to keep it close so that I can make sure my tartan, I actually don't know what you call this, but I think it's tartan. Side matches. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to apply tape there and there on the right and the bottom. Just lined up. Okay, so I did trim this incorrectly. So mine is going to be a bit out. But if you measured correctly and you're not like me, you would have got your 5.5 by 5.5. For me, it doesn't matter because a lot of this is going to be covered. We're just creating some sort of interest so that it's not just a plain background page. Let's just make sure we've got this lined up correctly. There we go. So tape on the top and the right hand side. I actually think maybe using a wet glue here, like the Tombow, where you can move things around slightly once you've placed it, would be easier. So there we go. Lesson learned for next time. Put on there. Great. Okay. What I want to do quickly is just trim this back to 12 by 12. I definitely think a wet glue would have worked a lot better. Just going to trim off that there. And that off there, 12 by 12. Showing here. This one I think I got a little bit more accurately. Right. That's right. Straighten everything up. Okay. So I got that there. Because I've trimmed off, I just want to resand. Again, Juliet, thank you. Teaching us how to sand. I think I'm out of shot, but that's just so I can get to the edge of the table. So I'm obviously just going to do that. Okay. So I've always kind of enjoyed Erin's layouts, especially when she makes sort of like torn effects. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold this down here, and with my nails, I'm just going to lift it. Well, not lift it, but just like you know, almost tear the paper up just a bit. So it looks like it's sort of torn and something is exposing on the other side. I'm sure there's a tool that will do this for you, or some quicker sort of method, but go ahead. It just gives it, I don't know if you can see there. I just wanted a bit rougher than sort of sanding and a bit of a raised sort of effect. So going down here. Again, if I show you that there, get it to focus. Do the same on this side. Yeah. I can probably see a lot of people laughing at me with this technique. There probably is an easier way, or a more professional way, but it works. Okay, so basically we've got our background done. Yours won't be off. I think I measured something incorrectly there, but again, this is going to be covered. So I'm happy. Here we go. Okay, with the backgrounds sort of done, we can pop that to one side. I'm now wanting to just work on the flaps, these guys. We place the flaps down, we then know how to lay all the other pieces around. So we have a visually attractive layout from the top, with nothing sort of sticking out where you don't want it. So let's start with the wooden flaps. Move that to the side. So that would be piece C3 and C4. So again, take your two pieces, make sure they line up sort of nicely. If you follow the cutting guide, I think I found that gives you a nice sort of flow. This will be for the left-hand side, the right-hand side. So this one we're wanting to score on its right-hand side so that it opens this way. This one we want to score on the left-hand side so that it opens in. I think I found the best sort of score for me is a 1/2 inch. So remembering how we want to score these, let's pop it in 1/2 inch in from the 6, so it'll be 5.5. Score it down. This one will be 1/2 inch in. There. Good. You can pop your scoreboard away. I think that's the last time we sort of use the scoreboard. We just have one sort of flap. Fancy words that Jenny's taught us. Let's burnish. Thanks, Jenny. Along our score line. Quite important, from my experience, not to be too aggressive with your burnishing, because you can break the fibers sort of badly in the paper and then it tends to crack. So rather go slowly and get a good burnish done there. Okay, so we can apply tape. If we turn these over, we can apply tape on the inside of that score along the edge. If you want, you can use a stronger red tape, but I've played with the layouts a bit, and just a standard tape is fine. Okay. Go. All right. So again, there and there. Let's get our backgrounds back. Okay. These are going to sit like somewhere around there. I'll give you a measurement now. But this one will open this way, and this one will open that way. Okay. Got our tape fixed there. So just go and take a measurement for you. So I stuck them about 2 1/4 inch down. This is not critical at this stage. So I'm just going to actually use my the grids on my mat. Okay. So 1, 2 and a quarter would be around here. The important thing here is to leave a little bit of space, so you're not flush on the edge. And the reason I say that is if you're too close to the edge, it's not going to puzzle together nicely. So just leave a slight gap there. We are creating 2 singles for a layout. Once you've got it, let's just check here. It seems to be running pretty straight across. There. Okay. There we go. First flap. Let's do the same on this side. Important thing now, I'm not actually going to measure. I'm going to want this to visually sit straight. 2 together. Come in the same sort of distance. Down. There we go. Fine. There we go. So the page is starting to come together. I'm just going to move it to the side. Open this for now. Okay. Just have to pause and find my next step. Okay, the next 2 pieces we're going to play with is B1 and B2. So you can grab those. Again, we're pretty symmetrical at this side. We will, obviously the layout doesn't want to be completely, or we don't want it completely symmetrical. So we will diverge later. But for now, we're sticking to a sort of symmetrical plan. So we're wanting that in that corner. That will then close in. And we're wanting that in that corner. Over there, I would say, what, half an inch, quarter of an inch, sort of in from the sides. Okay, so you can go ahead and apply tape to these 2 pieces. Move that out of the way so it's easier to see. Tape. Yeah. Start with this side here. There we go. So I'm just going to go in. I'm just going to eyeball it, but obviously I want it. I would say, what is that? I'm not. It's about 1 centimeter in, top and bottom. So let's just go with sort of 1/4 of an inch. I think just over 1/4 of an inch. Away. There we go. Yeah, I'm happy. Do the same on the other side. Again, I'm working with a pretty symmetrical base, but when we come to putting the photos on the photo mats, we're going to break that symmetry. For now, we're looking for something. So again, let's line it up with that side. So I'm going to eyeball it again and go just in. Yeah, I'm happy with that. There we go. So as you can see, I measured wrong on that tartan sort of background, but it's already hidden. And so no worries. As Jenny in Australia was saying, no worries, mate. Okay. Next piece now that we're going, or next two pieces that we're going to be working with is F4 and F5, these dark blue pieces. We're going to start breaking the symmetry a little bit now. And so the piece on the left-hand side is going to go, what was that, landscape? Piece on the right-hand side is going to go portrait. Okay, so we can remove our tags. They are the same size at this stage, so it doesn't matter if we get them a bit jumbled up. Let's apply some tape. These are just going to create some visual interest. Again, please feel free to spend more time applying your tape neatly. Life is too short for spending any more time on applying and double tape and removing this stuff. It is a pain. I honestly had no idea how much tape the scrappers go through. This is insane. There we go. Yeah, surface here is getting a bit messy. Okay, so the first one, let me just show you on the actual layout. So the first one that we said was going to go landscape. So I wanted some blue sticking out the top just to break and create some interest. So if you look there, it's about 3/4 of an inch up. 3/4 of an inch up from there. And we don't want to put it flush against the edge here because, as Jenny's taught us, if we do that, this won't close. So again, using the same sort of gap system, you know, if you keep everything sort of the same, it just looks like everything was done with intent, which to me is cool. So I'm so sorry, I keep wanting to stick my head under this camera. I'm going to go up about 3/4 of an inch. This is not critical. We just want it to pop out the top. So there, make sure it's sitting nice and straight. If we close that, there we go. So we've got an interest point sitting behind. We're going to do a little bit of the opposite on this side. Again, keeping that, if I can show you on the actual layout. So open up there, this piece is going to sit there behind. Keeping our layouts together because I'm eyeballing it, but I want everything kind of to match. So I want that height to be roughly the same, well, as close to the same as possible, leaving that gap. And it's quite nice using that tartan because it gives you almost a guideline. There we go. It closes. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so I think the next thing that we can start working on is, let's take this side over here. And we want to take piece C2. C2 is going to sit on the front and we're going to build up this flap. So it's the front of the layout. Come back here again. It's the front of the layout. If you look on that wood piece there, this pops on. Just going over. Where we've got to be a little bit careful now is where we apply the tape, because this, and it's got a nice pattern on the back, which will contrast. So that'll go there, that on this side. So we want to apply this, let's just say going over, coming down maybe 3/4 of an inch. Let's try and keep the same gap between there and there. And we want to keep double that. So that gap, and again, so we want it there. So using your pen or your pencil or something, let's just put a small mark. I'm going to use, just for the sake of this, I'm going to use a pen, but there and there. Okay, so on the reverse, mark it. On the reverse, mark it. Okay, so we want our tape to stay within those marks. So I know that's going to be covered. So if I just come in a bit, in this section, sort of here, there we go. Our tape must go along there. We don't want to stick it on the side because that is going to be exposed. Right. On your tape. I'm going to box it this time because why not? Okay, I'm having issues today with removing tape, and when you're doing this on a video, it just seems to be even more pronounced. If you guys have any tips for me on removing tape, that would be great. Okay, so remembering where we drew everything on there, we want the non-sticky side there and there. So it's well, so my placement, same distance down, double that across. So let's pop that. Oh, it's around there again. We've got a nice wood grain to give us sort of symmetry there. Keep everything straight. Yeah, I'm happy. There we go. Okay, there we go. We didn't apply tape to that side, so we've created that on the backing. Okay, so basically same distance there, same distance there. And you know, if you just keep to that throughout the layout, again, it just looks like everything was done with intent and looks pretty good. If we look at the other side now, over here, which is this side, I used an extra, this is where I started breaking with symmetry. So on the top there, I didn't use a dot sort of page. I actually let the photo go over. Okay. So that level, I think, is done for now. I think the next thing would be to come inside. We've now got two little fish pieces, B3 and B4. Okay. I wanted those popping out. If you have a look here, I wanted the fish piece visible from the front of the layout. So if we open that, really just coming out the side there. But no, wait. I'm sorry. We're jumping ahead. Oh, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Just put those there for now. We're definitely going to have to put the green dot. So that will be in C1, PC1. Let's do that first. PC1. Okay, so PC1, let's apply the tape for now. 3 strips. Okay. Placement of C1, so again, just grab your pencil. We're wanting C1 to be behind the blue and not visible from the front. So we only want it visible. I'll pop that down there. I've hidden it nicely. There we go. So it's visible. So we got that in a portrait sort of orientation. We want it definitely behind. So I'm just going to take a pen just so I know, and put a little mark. Again, please use pencil for this. On my base, I can kind of see where I need to stick it. That it's not visible from the front of the layout. This is for once the flap is open. So in a portrait position, we've got our 2 marks over there. Let's get it nice and straight. There we go. Sorry, phone ringing. Okay, there we go. If we close that up now, it's not visible, but it is there. Okay, now we can go back to our fish. It's been waiting on the side here, so let's take number 3. Number 3, if we look inside the layout again, the little fish are just popping to create some sort of interest that is going to appear on the outside of the flap. So again, close your flap, place it somewhere where you're happy. We don't want to cover our cluster, so let's have it just coming out and touching the guy's shirt. Down there. Okay. So let's line it up with the top. Excuse me. Tape them up. I should really have silenced the phone. And Truecaller is telling me it's spam anyway. You guys also battle with spam calls? It's quite ridiculous. Okay, there we go. Make sure your fish are facing the right sort of orientation. And again, if we just pop that closed, we want it coming sort of flush with the top and coming up to our fisherman, but not covering him. Then having things like the dots gives you a nice reference point to keep everything straight. Right. So that's basically that side done. If we close it up now, we've got some pretty cool interest points. We've got the fish tagging out there. We will have a tag eventually on here to show you where to lift. I'm happy with that side. It's come together quite nicely. So if we come to this side now, to the other side, to the right-hand side, with B4, I want to quickly make sure what must be stuck down first. Okay, we've got our blue piece down. That. Okay, let's grab the fish. We're going to tape them up. There we go. Okay, and let's put the layouts together again, just for symmetry. Where is? Ah, here it is. My ruler. I'm probably being a little bit pedantic here, but I think if you keep everything sort of running smooth, or running the same across the two sides, it'll pay off in the end. So I might actually even just we lined this one up with the top of the green. So let's line this one up, I think, with the bottom of the blue. Can go over because we don't want to cover the gentleman, the fisherman. So let's line it up with the bottom, go onto the blue, just touch him on his shirt. There we go. Happy with that. The next piece I just want to put on this side is D7. D7. D7, I want to have it coming along the base here, and you'll see why now. There we go. It just creates that pretty cool border and along the base, and we'll be able to stick a barcode strip or something cool along there just to create yeah, something fun. So it's going to stick the tape on. Strips will be more than enough. You know, if you're working with a much thinner paper or a weaker grammage paper, I would probably apply tape you know, right to the edges, but this paper is pretty sturdy and holds its own. There go. Excuse me. Okay, there's that slide. Happy with that. Put two together again. I like to just have a look every now and again and just say, yeah, no, that's looking good. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is create I think the photos and the photo mats. Should we? Okay. So let's create these photo mats. So I have used standard photo sizes. You should have cut these white pieces out. Again, if you're not going to stick the white now, it just helps you for placement of your photos if you don't want it. I'm going to use it as a double mat. So the three sort of ink colors that I had were basically to color the edges of the white cardstock, because I think a double mat just looks awesome. So if you can have a look there. So if something was going to be placed, if any of these white pieces were going to be placed on the green, I would use the green. If it was going to be placed, say, on the blue, I would use the blue. And that rusty red, rocket red, gold, if it was going to be placed there. So the pieces we're going to need to create these photo mats are F1. Let me move this up so you can just see here. F1, F2. There we go. B6, B5, E1, E2, D3, and F3. Okay, so it looks like a lot, but we have got a lot of photos going on this layout. These were our white cardstocks. So just to show you, that will go on there, will go on there, that will go on there. There, 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 one there. Okay. So those are the photo mats that you will have extra here. There are a couple of photos that I didn't mat. I just didn't call for matting. So let's pop those to one side. But basically what we're going to do now is we're going to need to apply tape to the back, because that will go directly onto the layout. Apply that to the front. Get your colors correct. Not the, it's pointless sanding white. Well, in my opinion. So just running a little bit of a chalk along the edge. I'm just going to show you, and then you can do this at your own sort of pace. I know that green's going on there. That's going to look pretty cool. A blue one, obviously. So use the blue chalk, ocean depth. There are many colors that could work. So please don't feel you have to go and buy these colors. I'm sure you've got something at home. Something there. And then just to do a rusty red one. Okay, so we can talk nonsense while we do all of this. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we're going to get all of these done. So let's start by putting the white pieces on. Again, if you're going to stick photos directly and you don't want the double mat, just ignore the white pieces. This is not critical to the layout. It's a little bit overlay my tape. Okay, I'm actually going to move so I can move that up a bit, just so that I can work in view. your photos really are the reason you scrap and the focal point of your, it should be the focal point of your layout. We create a lot of papers nowadays with some really cool embellishments and busy. It's a lot of fun, but at the end of the day, it is your photos. It should be the highlight of the layout. And so got quite a few photos that we can put onto this layout. There we go. If you're wanting to do all the steps sort of in once, let's just pop them over and apply tape to the back. None of the photos are actually erased that are left for the embellishing. So let's just pop our tape on. So we're not going to place them just yet, but we know it's done. There we go. On to the next one. I don't even know if I've chalked this one yet. Should probably get all the chalking away. I think what I'm going to do just to plow through this, just tape up my white pieces first. And then I'll come back and chalk them before I paste them down. So that one. I have chalked, so I'll put tape on the reverse side. Sorry, not in camera views. Move it up a bit. For me personally, when we get to sticking these down, this is where I would spend a little bit of extra time sticking things as square and straight on these mats, because that's something that visually can just make or break a layout. So if you battle sticking things straight, use your mat, use a guide, whatever, but just take it slow. It'll pay off in the long run when your layout's finished and you have a really pleasing sort of symmetrical end product. Okay, so I've created those. I just want to quickly do my chalking. I'm going to use an orange. Go. Orange. Done that orange. This side. Yeah. So orange is done. Blue. Done. Using the white cardstock is also cool if you're gifting the layout to somebody and you know they're going to put their own photos on, because if you're not a scrapbooker, you don't always speak the the language or understand. So they can just replace the white pieces or cut it slightly shorter the photo. Yeah, there we go. So that green one was done. Okay, close that up. Okay, start on this side. That. Oops. Slightly off with my measurements there. Just going to trim that down ever so slightly. Go. Where's my blue ink? Yeah. Okay, for those of you who are used to doing this and a lot quicker than me, I do apologize. Get it done and go make yourself a cup of coffee and come back, and I'll probably still be at it. I'm going to rather take this slow because I really feel that getting this neat and symmetrical is quite important to the overall sort of finish of the layout. Well, that one's not the straightest as I say that. Better. Here. Well, that on the floor. So for those of you who don't know, I really haven't scrapped much. I designed the paper. I think this was like our 87th collection. And only since we've been doing online classes, instead of just sitting there grinning and watching, I've been doing a couple of classes. So there probably are much quicker ways of doing what I'm doing. Please pop a message in the comments if you have any suggestions for me. I'm on my own here doing this class as Erin's in Australia with Jenny. They have been to Perth already, and they've just finished up in Swansea, just outside of Sydney. And they're back in Brisbane now for some classes there. Quite exciting. Okay, so all of these are going to be stuck flat, so we can go and apply tape to the back of them now. I already did the one. Yeah, let's apply tape to the backs. 3 strips again. So yeah, when they finish up in Brisbane, I think they've got 2 weekends of classes, as most of stockists are in the Brisbane area. So they've got 2 weekends of classes at the Place to Create. Daisy Chain, Shelley's Land, quite a few. I think created by you crafts, and then they move on to Tasmania, which is very exciting. Haven't been there before. Well, Erin hasn't been there before. I've never been there. Jenny's been once. They download a store there for a weekend retreat, and then they move to Melbourne with Melissa Kennedy. And then we get Erin back. Single parenting is no joke. Take my hat off to any of you moms or dads out there that are single parenting. One more after this. So all you the overachievers, I hope you've got the kettle on, getting your cup of coffee. And for those who are slow like me, you'll have to pause after this and go and get your coffee. Just cut that tape off a little bit there. There we go. Right. So this was our standard 6x4, and we had 1, 2, 3, 4 of the larger wallet size, which is the 5 by 3.5, and we've got 1, 2, 3 mini wallets, which is 3.5 by 2.5. So obviously the white is cut to those sizes. The matting is bigger. So all you need to stuck that one askew. But all you need to do is trim your photos down slightly to have the double mat. Okay. Bring it all back into view again. I don't know which side we should start with. Let's take the left side. I'm going to move this out the way because it's becoming a little bit crowded in here. Photo mats to one side. There we go. We're going to work on this side over here. So this is our main photo for the layout. It's the biggest guy. It's the 6x4. There it is there. It had that water sort of ripple pattern. It's going to sit on there. Maybe a thing to do is to make sure you cut out those 3 elements. Let me grab the sheets of paper just to show you. It wasn't part of your putty cut requirement. Okay, give me a sec. I'm almost with here. Let's sheet here. So you've used one sheet, you've used one side already, but you had this sheet over. So we're going to want those. In fact, we can do all the cutting of all the tags, I think, while we're here. But anyway, you're going to want those 3 little guys, the 2 little fish. I like keeping it real. And then we're going to use Weekend Hooker. The funny play on words there. And I want to go fishing. This little guy here. Check my layout on this side. We're going to need father and son. So that is that one there. So let's go and cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's not much as satisfying for me. The sound of a guillotine cutting. It's one of the most pleasant sounds. Going to cut all four off of here, and then we can choose which ones we want to use. I'm just doing a double cut just to remove that white border. So I've got those four there. Let's we want that father and son fishing partners for life. Again, you're welcome to choose your quote. So if you look at that orientation, you'd be able to use either one, whichever you prefer. Whichever one goes with your photos, I guess. So they're just there. And then we want the three little guys, so just to not ruin the piece. That there. The thing with these quotes is they're awesome to keep, especially for cards. So you don't want to waste any of it. Talking about the sound of a guillotine. That, and then there is, you can use a scissor if this gets a bit tedious, but there's a sound of a guillotine and walking on gravel. Two sounds really enjoy. Yeah, so moving that off. These were the ones we wanted. The bigger father and son. We said we were going to use three of the smaller quotes. Was it three? Hooker, weekend hooker. Again, you can use any of those. These are just the ones I used. I used that one, and then these three. Really need to clean my work surface a bit here. Okay. None of those are going to be erased in this layout. The second layout that we do has a bit more raising. So for now, we can go and put tape on the back of these just to prep them. You can tape up those three little guys, or you can just use a glue. On smaller things, I think I just prefer glue, to be honest. Before I forget, when we finish taping these, let's just sand them up a bit. Okay. If you start sanding, I find I'm just going to move out of screenshot just to do the sanding. I've just got a file and literally putting it on the edge of the board and sanding. Awesome sort of trick Juliet taught. There's sort of in many classes if you've done them. I do apologize if I start coughing. The sanding thing really gets me in the back of the throat. There I start. Once you get going, it's actually a really quick and straightforward process. And I just think it adds a huge amount to the overall look and feel of your layout. Not a fan, to be honest, with inking, but I think that's just because maybe I'm not familiar with it, so I will actually give it a try at some point. But for now, I really like standing the look and the feel. Hey, there we go. So for this side of the layout, the father and son is going to go on that side. These two quotes are going to go inside, and these are on the outside. So again, we're going to take that big 6x4, and we're going to bring him in. If you look at the dots there, I want to bring him in sort of symmetrical there. If I can just do the placement so we can, let's put a fishy there, saying there. So this is what I'm trying to achieve here. Okay. Go and peel off. There's no sort of correct orient, well, up or down, but obviously this is a portrait photo. Let's put it on there, straight as we can. These guys, like I said, you can use tape. I just going to use a glue just for the sake of getting it on quicker and also being able to just straighten things up a bit. So just remember, we wanted the saying in the middle. So the best thing to do, I think, was to get your spacing right, is to place an end, the other end, and then center the middle one. So pop them on the end there. The other fish, this one. I'm going to line it up nicely. And then we can center it all. Get this guy nice in the middle. And there we go. So it's starting to come together. Right. We're now going to move to the inside. So if I just bring my layout so we can all be on the same page here. We open this up. So we're going to have two of the larger wallets and two of the smaller. You'll notice the two smaller I haven't matted. I just didn't think they needed matting. We've got on the, the matting just shows you which is the feature photos, and these to me are the features. These are two sort of like sub photos. So let's go and stick or find them first. Sorry, excuse me. So we've got our green one. On this side, we've got the plain blue. And then you did have some extra photo mats. Let's move this out the way, which we're going to ink. Find those photo mats. Yeah, they are, yeah. Okay, so I think on that one, we've got quite a sort of green palette going on this side. Grab it again to show you. So this side, we've got the green. So let's ink green. This side, we've got the blue. So we'll ink blue. So one blue, one green. There we go. Matting on it. One blue, one green. Go that side. Blue. And again, if you don't like the white, you won't be doing this. You'll be sticking your photos directly onto the layout. And I'm just going to go and tape those up quickly. When I move back into shot here. So we've got the green and the green for this side, and we've got the blue and the blue for that side. Okay, just open up the placement. There we go. Let's remove the tape on the green method, the 5 by 3.5. This will be our sort of feature photo. Yeah, it's going to go in the portrait position. Let's move those quickly off because we're going to want to just make sure that when we close, everything is well sort of hidden. So with your pen, we're wanting this photo obviously to go there underneath, but not stick out. So we want it in line with that corner. Your pencil, please don't do this in pen, just make a little mark there, and we're going to come just inside of that mark. There we go. Okay, so now if we close that, there we go. We don't see it. Only when we open. We then are going to line this one up with the bottom. Okay. Again, if you want to double mat again with all your photos, there is more than enough paper left over from when we did all the cutting. You can double mat everything. For me, I just didn't really see the need. Again, don't go too close to the edge there, but make sure you are slightly above so that when we close, we don't see that photo. And then I use this quote, "We can hook her," which I then had placed over there, slightly overlapping onto the photo. If you don't like the overlapping, you can always just trim off a bit on the side. I personally like overlapping your photo a bit, and with my double matting, it's not even going to touch the photo. So we've got quite a lot of play on the top so that it's not visible. I'm going to line it up with the right-hand side. There we go. Okay. Looking good. Step and up. Going on to this side now. We're going to take a big feature photo for this side. The blue matting. It's also going to go in the portrait orientation. Okay, so this one I'm now going to use the wood grain as my placing point. So I want to just come in, get that nice and even. There we go. And that just happens to line up nicely with the bottom. Perfect. Okay. Then going to take this guy just to show you what we're trying to achieve here. We want something like this. Let's don't go too close to the edge again because you're going to not be able to close your flap. So we want something like that. Floor below me is looking rather interesting. I just want to go fishing. Okay. It looks a bit bland on that blue, but don't worry. We are going to stick a barcode. We've already cut that piece to that size. But we'll do that when we get to decorating. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Let's put the photo on the top left corner quickly. So that's with the red mat. The red really isn't like an accent color, and it's there to make certain things pop. So I mean, the core colors on this is the creams, you know, the blues and the greens. The red is your popping accent color. So I just want to bring in, you know, something to this side here to make it pop. Now this one, I didn't raise it, but I actually think because we've got the 2 layers that are going to go, this might look nice raised up. So I've put tape on it there, but I'm actually going to put a bit of foam tape on it. And see how that goes. You know, as long as you're sticking to sort of one level up on your layout, and it'll fit nicely in your album. Just pop it there. There we go. Yeah, definitely better bit of dimension on it there, I think. Okay. So that's that side done. Let's go back to the other side. Open them up. So we've got 2 larger photos, 2 smaller, and we've got father and son. Let's do the front first. This is basically what we're wanting to achieve. So we've taken that same little photo that we had on this side, and we've just turned the orientation around. Just breaks that sort of monotonous kind of symmetry. So that's going to go up there. The front, we're going to need the blue piece, the blue larger photo, and we're going to need that little guy, which is going to sit there. So let's focus on the front first. What I have done, just to show you, which we're going to need to quickly do, is the father and okay, sorry. Let's see what I've done here. So the father and son is literally going to sit on this side like that, coming off, and then on the front, that is going to sit on its there. Right. If that makes sense. Yes. Just up a little bit from the voice. So you will notice that the father and son is slightly bigger, which gives you that awesome little matte. I should have told you this before we applied the tape, but we can fix it. It's not a train smash. So I think what I'm going to do is actually stick the father and son first. So let's open up. Remove. Close it then. Just make sure that you are facing the right way. Okay, we wanted to sort of like protrude a bit. Let's come out. If we pop it there, and we say, let's come almost, I would say about there. Looks good. Okay, so I've just put a little bit of an interest there and there, trying to get that symmetrical. We then can take the blue photo. Don't worry about that tape, it's going to be covered now. Okay. And then we're going to place that. I'm just going to come here so I don't stick my head over your view. I'm going to use it as a mat. There we go. Okay, you see here what we've gone and done. We've created that, and we've created that. Okay, this is now going to sit on top of it there. Okay. I probably should have moved this out a bit so that would work better like that. But because of the score, which is sitting there. We're going to have to pop him over. It's not the end of the world. But if you have stuck it or you haven't stuck yet, move it out just a little bit more. And remove the tape. Have I got the right one here? Orange? No, I want the blue one. The blue guy. The blue water ripple. Okay, so there's our score. Just feel what that is. You want to leave a slide gap so that we are able to open that. And we got that. And not to worry, we're going to create a cool little cluster up there. So we've got that. Open up. And this is what we're wanting to create here. So there's going to be 3 more pieces. 3 more pieces of white card. 1, 2, sort of there and there, so we can go and chalk that up. This is going to sit here. And the third piece, just spread it. And the third piece is going to sit there. Okay. There, and there. Let's go chalk. That's going to be chalked. I'm going to match this piece here. I'm just going to chalk it in the red. You could do green to match the fish below. I just wanted to match that photo. The other 2 on this side, which are going to be on the green. So let's give them a nice green chalk. Go. Let's tape them up. Our 2 green pieces, which are sit there. One. There we go. Okay, so you can place it anywhere, but I like to keep the top and the bottom distance sort of as equal as possible. Okay, if you look at the layout, we will go and use one of our fussy cuts later to fill in the gaps. Okay, so that will close there. This guy is going to now come in, sort of centered. Let's center him, I think, with these 2 photos in the middle. In the middle, so there we go. Close that, nice and hidden. This one here, we wanted obviously not to poke out, so we wanted to sit behind there. If I look at that, it's going to come up against there, lining up at the bottom. Let's do that. Okay, so we said lining the white up with the white bottom, flush against the edge. Go. So if we close that now, there we go. Perfect. I am sorry about this. It should really have been protruding a bit more, but we will make it work. It's really not the end of the work. We're going to have quite a lot of embellishment going on, and so it will cover it up. Again, I'm going to use some foam tape because I want those two photos to have a bit of dimension, some interest. Says the orientation on these is going to be slightly different. We're going to use it in a landscape. I think the best thing to do is to bring the other half of the layout, just so when we're placing, we can visually, we had it that side, so we want to come across, just going off. What I'm really looking at here is just the gap that I've left on the two sides. Okay. So that's the basic construction actually done. It's now the embellishing. What was fun to play with, which is going to take a little bit of work, so let's just put this on top here, is creating this cluster at the bottom. So as you can see, I used a little strip, which there it is there, D6. I've left this together because I think creating the chevron and the strip there is easier to do in one and then nip it down. So if we take that and the two, let's move that up quickly just so you can see nicely. So this is D6, and then you need those two blue chevrons. Yeah, they are here. Okay, so the first chevron we need to stick sort of behind it. These are going to create a really cool sort of wave effect. So those two are going to be stuck together, and then that's going to be raised on foam, that section. This one is going to be at the bottom, laid flat, so that we have a bit of depth. The easiest way to show you that is probably to turn it a bit, if I can get this into focus. So we just want to create, if you can see there, so we're going to have some fish tucking in because that's raised, and we're going to have a sort of like wave effect there on two different levels. Okay, it looks really cool. So I wouldn't skip this part, and it's quite fun. So this section needs to, okay, first of all, let's stick those two together, and then we can raise it with foam. I think I'm going to use a wet glue, to be honest, just on the top straight edge. It's my head. Making sure it's not in camera. Obviously, we don't want glue on the actual chevron part. We just want it along the top. As if we turn that around. This. Okay, that's level 1. And then what we're going to do is turn this over, put some foam tape on it to raise it nicely. I'm not quite sure what you guys do for thinner pieces of foam. I think what I'm going to do, if you can see here, I'm sure you guys are able to do this better than I can, so I won't show any fancy technique here. Let's just raise that up. probably go a little bit thicker on this tape. Space for one more. Okay. There we got that nice and raised. This one is going to sit below. It's going to sit flat. Right. So grabbing your ruler. Let's just. So obviously, if you have a look here, we are going to use the clusters. We want it to come from that cluster sort of there, because we are going to raise that up to that cluster there. So my measurement would be, what would I say, about 5 1/4 on this side. 5 1/4. Yeah. So where's my gelatine? I'm just going to nip that now on there at 5 1/4. Order. There we go. 5 1/4. Yeah. Side. So that's going to sit over like that. Sit over like that. Get your two layouts nicely together. I'm sorry if you get my grey hair in the shot. I'm going to use glue just so that I can maneuver it if I stick it a bit skew. Okay, the height up, I'm probably going to go up about 3/4. Let me see what I did here. Yeah, go up to about 3/4 of an inch. There's no sort of right or wrong now. We're just building a cluster. Yeah, definitely use glue for this because you can straighten it up. Okay, let's do the other side. Do them simultaneously so we get everything lined. And the aim here is really just to create a wave-like effect that our fish are swimming along. And it really, with the dimension, it just adds something really cool to the layout. And again, we're not really going up more than one level of foam anywhere, so it's getting up my strength. Okay, so let's get that down just above. There we go. And we've created a tuck spot on the top and a tuck spot underneath for when we start layering fish. Okay, do the same with the other side. Just want to keep them together. There we go. Okay, excuse my head again if it comes into shot. I like to stand over the project. Just find I can stick things straighter when I do that. Okay. Now we've got those two sides. Don't worry about the edges here. We are going to use our fatty cut sections to now go on top of the cluster, which will then hide the edges. Don't worry about that for now. That's done. We'll do the fussy thing at the end. I think one of the last pieces you should still have, we just assemble quickly, was E7 and E8. So I'll pop those off, E7 and E8. We want to stick just E7, E8. I'm going to use glue now. I'm going to go there and there. Okay, so I'm just going to use some wet glue just to be able to maneuver it if I stick it a bit skew. And we got about the same sort of size on the other side. Okay. That's pretty cool. Got that section over there. I actually didn't have that on my first layout. And when I was doing the fussy cutting, I thought it would be pretty cool to increase the size of that and then take one of our barcode strips. So now you can take any one that's over, but we had this, and then we had a pretty cool, I'm not too sure where I put it, but we had a pretty cool darker colored fish one that we took off of the, that we took off of the background base spreads. So I mean, we could, I think that blue looks quite cool on there. So I'm going to take it at 6N, just over 6 there. And then I am going to quickly sand it now. The only thing with sanding is once you start sanding, you don't need to follow that through for continuity. So we do that. Go through your barcodes. You might find something that works better for you. I think the blue looks quite cool on the red there. Okay, but if you don't want to rulers, you can use one of the other barcodes. That. Yeah, happy with that. There we go. Okay, so we've got two very almost defined straight edges there. And so I want to tie that back into the layout, not just have these. So I used a lot of my fussy cutting for this next section. So I'm going to grab all my fussy cut pieces. Let's do this. Move that as far up as we can. Go. In view. Go. And all the fussy cut pieces out there. Okay. If you want to sort it out, if you have a look, this little boy I wanted there and the grandpa. Okay, so I've got a cluster here, 3 generations. I had him there, little boy there. I'm just breaking that, you know, that solid edge. So there is another piece in here which matches that suitcase down there. Just find it. Here it is. Here, I think. There we go. Okay, so this is pretty cool now, because now we can start playing with the different layers there. So that's what I want to do with that cluster, really, is raise that guy up to break the edge and have that fish sort of tucked but going under the first wave. That looks really cool. And then these two guys can be raised on foam. Where we've got to just be careful now is we don't want more than two layers. Well, the flat layer and then the one raised layer. So if we take these two, we want them like that. So that needs to be stuck together, flat, and then the rest raised on foam so it can stick there. And then we've got our three generations, dad, grandpa, and son. And we got that guy there. So this is going to be raised on foam, but first stick those together flat so we don't have too many layers going on. Turning that around without trying to move it, but the nice thing is this glue is pretty forgiving and you can move things around. Back to our placement here. We want the kids sort of standing there and there. I've got the glue, so that's all I'm really doing right now. Just moving it to position. Yeah, happy there. You can let that sort of dry a few seconds. And this is going to be taped. I want to tape this section. I want to tape this section, but not the nose of the fish, because I want the nose of the fish to actually tuck in there like that. That makes sense. So the rest of it raised. So if we turn that around, let's get ourselves some tape. Is it not the fish's nose and that side there? So it's more. And this just adds some really cool definition to those clusters. They're not just flats, you know, boring things sitting there. So this way, okay, sit there. I'm going to pop a little bit of glue onto this nose, just so I don't have to go and struggle afterwards, lifting and picking in. Okay, so we want to set, it is to scale, design specifically that way. Excuse my phone. Expected spam yet again. Oh. Go. Now this guy should be dry, not moving anywhere. Can raise the whole thing on foams. Stick that over the two just to join them nicely. And Juliet really covers everything nicely, and it really does work. Just for the sake of time, I'm just I'm not going to cover everything exactly, but most of it. Probably need a small piece on that leg. go. Okay. Pieces were peeling so easy. There we go. Yeah, you did. And grandpa. Funny grandpa. Stick it there. And if you look through your fussy cuts, there are 2 fishing rods. I used mine, just coming up the edge there. I should have probably stuck that first, so I can always just trim off and have it coming out. That'll work better with a glue. Just going to trim off the base of the fishing rod a little bit. There we go. That side looking good. Some nice interesting layers and things happening there. And on this side, get the original layout. So we have a look here. You've got this guy. You can raise him almost entirely on foam. I did have his feet sort of coming off because I just thought didn't want him taller than the grandpa. So you can raise that on with some foam tape. No need to go all the way to his feet because we said we're going to chop off. We're going to chop his feet off. Here. There has got to be an easier way of removing. Okay. Now we're going to go smoothly and quickly. Personally, I didn't want him taller, so I'm just going to stick him there. We can trim in the end any pieces that go over the layout. So there he sits. And then the one that I used on this side was the one that says Best Dad. There we go. So this guy here. So I thought he was a cool one to actually, although it doesn't match underneath, we just cover it. It's fine. Stick it about there. So we don't want foam tape, obviously, to double layer that area. So with your pen, if you want, go there, so we can say there. Use a pencil, please. Just say don't put any foam tape in that zone there. Okay, lay that up, some foam. Yeah. Okay, I'm sure you guys have about 20 cups of coffee waiting for me to peel off this tape. There we go. Okay, so we left that one section clear there with no tape. So there we go. That's looking pretty cool. Okay, sorry, excuse the mess here. It's just trying to keep everything in camera shot. Here's there. Okay, so we're coming together nicely. We've got two really cool clusters going on. I actually still went and I used some of the bait item there and I put that over his leg. We can have it coming behind. Oh, let's just put it in quickly. But this you can do at the end and just fold up in layers. I want to cover the gone fishing. Okay. The part I do want to walk through is just the fish. So in your fussy cut sheet, you have some fish. Get them all. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's quite a few. Some more here. I think that's all my fish. Okay, so we want to raise these. We want some fish to be on foam, up, sitting on top. We want some to be swimming behind. We want some sitting, straight on the thing. We can have some in the bottom between the waves. So just place them as you sort of see fit. Get a rough idea. We've got some, swimming one way, some swimming the other. Seem to be only two going that way. So let's make sure they cross. So if I follow my original layout, I had this guy sitting flat at the base there. I'm going to trim the bottom off flat, so it fits underneath nicely. I mean, please just have fun now. This there's no wrong or right. Check there. We can leave his tail up over the thing if we wanted. I'm going to leave him in the background, and then I think this guy now on foam tape coming up and over. So we don't want foam on the bottom, but on the top of him there. Get a little piece. All we're really doing here is just focusing on some dimension with this border strip, and it really gives some cool interest to the layout. Come now. Okay, so we had him going off of there, so the base is, we can put a bit of glue because it's going to touch our raised border. There we go. Have which color? I think let's perhaps have him there. So we're going to cut it in half, so he's flowing between the two pages. This is nice for linking your two layouts. Have a few items that flow. There. The other guy, I'm going to put him up there flat. Yeah, that'll look cool with the tail thing coming up and over onto the border. Might just need to pop something on this when you're done, just to flatten it all. Yeah, I like that. Still another 2-3 fishies here. So I think it's time to foam one up. And this guy. Top. Sorry, not working under the camera there. So once again, there it's going to be coming over onto that base layer. Let's move here, put him on the beam. We do have some chipboard fish that we're actually going to add onto this as well. Get more silhouettes. I'm going to have this guy sort of underneath the wave, swimming out on this side to just highlight the depth as well. Okay. The clusters coming together. There are some open spots, but that is going to be filled with our chipboard. Or what did I do with that chipboard? Here it is here. Okay, so we had some fish. I just used the delicata celestial copper. The reason I use that, it just gives like a shimmer and it blends nicely into the background. It ties into the orangey color that goes through this. So I mean, we've got quite a few little fish sitting on here. So color your chipboard. You can pop out. I'm just going to do one for now, and you can do the rest as you worth your while just nipping up these. Erin always says you should color your chipboard in the frame. It just holds it together and keeps it sturdy. So that's what I did. Now I need to chop off these little nodules. Yeah. So I cut two out, but there are many more fish, and the other layout is camping, so we're only really going to be using them here. So go wild. Maybe that little guy there. This one here looks there. This one there. Okay. So there are more fish. We can stick some on this side. Another one there. Okay. The layout is I mean, the construction is basically done. If I can show you on here, just make sure there's nothing that we're actually missing here. Yeah, so a lot of it is just filling your corners now. So if I show you this side of the layout here, and I mean, this makes a lot of the difference. So we've got some chipboard up there. We've got tabs. The tabs can be used on, use two different ones, place them back to back, so your tab makes sense. A tab is a nice way for me to show you where, especially when you're doing interactive, is like where to pull. So we'll put 2 tabs there. In fact, let me just find 2 and then we can do it. Let's take Into the Wild and Outdoors. Use some there. There's the Into the Wild tab. Now, if we turn that over, take Outdoors, place that over it, and voila. Okay, there we go. You don't see it from this side. Let that dry. There we go. So we've got our tab which tells us where to turn it over. Another tab on this side. Go up there. Show us where to turn. Hopefully, yeah, there we go. I've got a couple, got fishing tails. Let's use those 2. So the front, I'll probably use the blue one just to keep the blue thing going. Let's keep it on the photo. Again, most of this now is, adding your personal touch. You can copy, to a T or follow a class to T, but at this stage, I would say embellish it and make it your own. I'm just lining those 2 up. There we go. Okay. If you have a look, you've got some open spots here, over there. You've got so many fussy cut items here. That's pretty cool. Maybe there's some bait or something. There's bait. I used a blue one. So just, go through your fussy cuts now and find things, but something there, and maybe this guy like that. Go wild. This is where you can sort of have fun. I will include some final photos of the layout, and you can see what I've done. So a lot of this stuff, if you are going to be putting your photos on, I put the photos on first because it's pretty cool to overlap the photos. But if you do that now, it makes it really tricky to get your photos on. So cluster there. Right. Stick. Go. This side, I think I used a saying, one of the circular sayings that you can just punch out with a 1.5 inch punch. Pop that there. On this side of the layout, I used a bit more chipboard. Just bring it into view. So got some of the hooks there, got the fishing rod, which was really cool. Should we put the fishing rod on quick? Yeah. Just remember you've got the score there, so the fishing rod needs to be over so that you can still open it comfortably. There we go. I think, I cut a couple of hooks and I had the hooks as if somebody was fishing. So let's just do one quickly. This again is all stuff you can just have fun and make the layout your own. There's a hook. I'm just going quickly now, but have fun now. You've spent all the time getting the sort of dimension and symmetry and everything together. Now you can just enjoy. So there's one hook there. We've got a couple of lures, things like that. You can put chipboard over there. I think I had one of these guys here. There. Yeah. The float was pretty cool. Again, if you enjoy coloring chipboard and shading and all those wonderful things that Juliet and Erin, Jenny are really talented at, you can put a bit more effort and time into your chipboard and get something quite wow. I just really find the delicate easy to use, and I just like the sort of like shimmer that they have. So let's have that coming off of the photo, maybe over there. I'm not going to bore you for too much longer. I mean, the nice thing is always sayings. Sayings just really finish things off. So we have a lot in this collection. So just go find saying. I mean, there's so many on here that speak to you. That would work nicely. So, going across there, tie it into this side, perhaps a saying up here. Stick that one on, I like it. That one there. And then let's find a shorter saying. Always time for one more cast. Okay. Yeah, it'll look cool there. And obviously your saying should tie in to the photo if possible. So once you've chosen your photos, always time for one more cast. And just for balance, I'd like a little saying this side. When in doubt, fish. There we go. It's coming together quite nicely. I had the fishing rod this side, so let's get the other fishing rod just for this. A bit of balance. Look, some people like balance, others don't. So make it your own. But yeah, for me, I like a bit of balance on the two sides. If I clear all of this stuff away. Have the layout together there. And there you have it. Should be dry by now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 photos. Playing, yeah. So thank you for doing this class with me. It was a fun layout to create. I do apologize for this here. This was supposed to probably go out a bit more, which would have had the gap between those two photos, but it's come out cool. I'm happy with it. Thank you very much. If you want to just walk through the bit of original, you pop it on top so you can just see. I did use the acetate quite a bit. There we go. So that was the original. Put a bit some goggles on the cluster there. Erased some of the sayings with a bit of foam. Some hooks, things on there. This side. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining the class. If you have any questions, just pop them in the bottom of in the comment section of this YouTube video, and I'll get back to you. And I will present the second layout in the next video, which is the camping one. Put that on here. So I used a different orientation, so I'm just going to move it down a bit. There we go. So this was the camping one. Very similar concept with the sides, the fussy cut elements, taking it then over again. What I did a bit differently using the tags. Had it going that way, So we used some bigger photos on here, and I think we even got some more photos on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we got 15 photos on this layer. And this layer was a lot of fun, especially playing with the border strips and everything, and the cars, and creating clusters. So that'll be the next class. We will record that, and you can watch that separately. Thanks, guys. Okay, so I'm back, and we're now going to create the second layout with the Go Fishing, Go Camping collection from Celebrate. It's based on the other layout. It's pretty similar with a few minor differences. We're going to lap this way. We've definitely got more photos here, but we're going to create the same sort of edges, same clusters going over, and we're going to create a cool banner on the bottom of a camp scene. Okay, so let's not waste any time and let's get going. Pop that off to one side. Let's start off with our base for the layout, which will be that sheet, just the reverse. Okay, we can get our guillotine, trim off the barcodes. Once again, I didn't use these barcode strips in the layout, but they are pretty cool for cards and other projects. So yeah, pop them off to one side, and I'm sure you'll find a use for them. Out of the way. Okay, to start, the clusters on the sides, you're going to need pieces H1, H2. We're also going to need K5, K6. And then your fussy cut border strips. You're going to need the sort of played ones. And there were 2 sheets of that, so you can get 2 out. There and there. Sorry, you should have done the cutting. If you haven't done the cutting, again, just download the cutting guide and you can go cut and sand all the edges. Okay, so obviously H1 and H2 are identical. That side. Just do this because I only sanded 3 edges. Okay. Yeah, that's going to go on there like that. Like that. And like that. Yes. There we go. Okay. I think the easiest thing to do, having learned a lesson on the previous layout, let's take our thin tape. Run it flush against the edge. That's going to give us our spacing as well as the fixing point. For the main 12 by 12 sheet this side. Okay. Let's turn over the 2 brown burgundy pieces. Tape onto there. Obviously on the reverse of this one. And on the reverse of the other burgundy piece. Okay. Remove the tape. We're now going to place it onto the green, leaving that tape exposed just to the side of it, like so. Let's do the same with the other side. And this is just, I think, a simpler way of doing it. In the first video, I noticed it was a little bit overcomplicated. So there we go. So we've got the 2 sides of the layout. I'm actually going to just use some Tombow, some wet glue for the border strip, just to make it easier to maneuver. There we go. That's now going to go like so. We can maneuver it to place. Much easier than the first method. Do the same to the other side. Okay, so that'll be the other side. Okay. Pop this off to one side. We'll get that in a second. What I'm going to do now is peel the tape off. Leaving it nice. Sticky border. I'm just going to turn this so I can get my head under there without being in the camera with my grey hair. There we go. Is that side done? The other side. Remove the tape, backing, whatever you call this. There. Oops. That. We've got our two sides. Obviously, they're bigger than 12-inch now. So, rimmer in. And trim it down to 12-inch. Scrap. There. Same thing on the side. Just remember to flip it so you cut off on the correct side. Scrap. And voila. There we have it. Base of our layout together. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to cut the same little V's out of the top and the bottom. This time we're going to just have smaller little inserts there. It just creates for an interesting background and gives it some depth. This one's going to be smaller, so we're going to go 2.5, 2.5. Where's my pen? There we go. So 2.5. I will be careful to measure this correctly this time. There we go. Turn down 2.5 inches. There's our trim marks. Bottom, do the same. 2.5. 2.5. Let's do the same on this piece. 2.5. 2.5. And bring the guillotine back. Let's nip them off. Okay, and you can chuck those into your offcut pile. Anyway, if you didn't enjoy the tearing with your nails, that thing that I did in the first one, before we stick on, we can sand those edges and give it quite a rough sanding as we want it to look like a bit torn. And do that to all four. If you didn't want a perfect, oh, there we go. If you don't want things perfect and you enjoy maybe not being as precise, you could always tear that along the line and get more of a torn look. I do not trust my abilities. You get people like Yuvilna who can drop ink and splatter ink and it just looks amazing. That's just too scary, I find. Okay, the next pieces that you're going to need, which are going to be the fills, are going to be the L's. We had L 3, 4, 5, and 6, which were basically your 3x3 bottom pattern sheets. Again, you just want to make sure that they kind of line up. So when we cut them, they should actually puzzle together. Let me just, that doesn't work, but we'll find them now. This takes me a little while. No, no. Just twist yours around until it comes right. You will find it eventually, as they were cut down from each other. If for some reason you don't find the right thing, just get it rough. We are going to cover most of it, and this will be 2 separate pages in your album. So again, these are going to be placed behind, and like so on all 4 corners. So you can go ahead and do that. I think for this exercise, I'm actually going to use a liquid glue this time so that it's maneuverable, so I can get it nice and sort of straight. Double-sided tape is awesome, but it's not very forgiving with your stick skew. So I'm just going to use my craft mat, and I'm going to keep it square using the grid. There we go. Happy. That's nice and straight. Up. Perfect. Look at that. Yes. Okay. I'm learning as I'm going. Excuse me. There we go. Put some on this side. Using the grid again on the craft mat. There and there, always straight. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Coming together nicely. Do the same on this side. Glue now there and there. Almost glued that incorrectly. Good. Yeah. And the last one. Grid again. There we go. there you have it. Okay, so we've created the background for our layout. Neaten up here a bit. Okay, so that's the base done. We've got some cool interest going. Obviously on the layouts we will form our clusters, but let's do that at the end. So the first thing we're going to do, similar to the other layouts, is put the flapping pieces. There's only two, and that's going to be I1 and I2. It's a really cool wood grainness. I1, I2. This time we're going to have them flap up and over. So you can choose now whether you want the dark of the wood up or whether you want the dark of the wood down. I think in mine I had it down like this. Okay. We're coming down about half an inch off the top, maybe just less than half an inch. We're going to need to score it first. So scoring board, this is the only scoring we're going to be doing. So if you have another method, please do that. We're going to be scoring from the top down half an inch down. So half an inch. Same with this side. Half an inch. Burnish. Thank you, Jenny. Okay, just be careful not to be too rough. You don't want to tear the fibers, which can happen. There we go. Okay. So we're going to come down, let's just say a centimeter. If you're in inches, I don't know what it is, but it's about, we're coming down about half an inch. No. Yes, sorry, half an inch down. We're not going to come right to the edge of the page. We're going to leave a slight gap on there. So like that. So let's get our tape over. Can probably, if you wanted to do this properly, you can probably get 2 rows of thin tape. Otherwise, just get a slightly thicker tape. Go. Let's start with the 8. All right. Again, come down half an inch. Do the same on the right-hand side. Yeah, line your 2 layouts up. You know, the first one you're measuring, but the second one, we actually just wanting it to visually match nicely with the first one. So get that over, same distance off the edge. There we go. Okay. So there we've created the 2. Just burnish it again. Now that it's stuck. There we go. Great stuff. Yeah, just to show you. Getting there. To complete the top now, we're going to need pieces J1 and J2. J1 and J2. Flip them this way. So we're going to have a greener side on this side, and we're going to have a bluer side, the two colors in this collection. Green on this side, blue on this side. As you'll know from the first class, that will just sort of affect what color we ink and all of that. So we can go ahead and just do a bit of marking now. We want to come off of the wood. This is going to only stick onto the wood. It's going to be part of the flap. We're going to come off, let me just work it out here, about 1.5 inches. So if you pop your ruler down on the top there, 1.5 inches off. Okay. So I just want to mark on my paper where, there, and it can go all the way down. So I just know not to put any. Basically, we need to tape this section here, not that. Yeah. The other side is going to be the same. Should we just stick this one first and then we can go across? Okay, so obviously the triangles facing up. So like, what do we call them in school? Trig marks. Okay, so there's the score line, as you can see. We don't want to stick it above that score line. We need to leave a slight gap so that the page can still flip. We want to come 1.5 inches across and just below that score line. Like so. Okay. There we go. It still falls, still flaps. Next one, we're going to basically do the same thing. It's going to go 1.5 inches off of this side now. So pop our ruler there. Just starting from the 8, so 1.5 inches, be 9.5 there. So we know now this is the side we don't want to tape. Leave your 1.5 inches. Otherwise, you'll have tape on the reverse. Okay. Yeah, same thing again. So just below the score line, let's just line those two up nicely. Just below that score line and 1.5 inches out. So to 9.5 on my ruler. Triangles facing up. There you have it. Okay. Bring this back into view here. We've got the two sort of covers of the flaps. The rest of the paper on top there now is going to be the photos and photo mats. It might actually be a good time now to do all our photo and photo mats quickly. Okay, there's a lot of photos on this layout as we showed you before. So we got two standard jumbos, 6x4, 4x6, there and there. Then we've got the mini photos, the mini wallets. Those are 2.5 by 3.5. 1, 2. Yeah. These three we haven't matted. Those two we have. When we open up, we've got the bigger wallet sizes, the 5 by 3.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in your list of cutting, we should be able to find all our mattings. Let me move this out the way, and then we will get going. So these are all those inner photos. When we flapped open, we had the 8. These are them. These are the two. Hold on. These are the two here. 6x4s that were on the cover. This will need. These were the two little mini wallets. Okay. So once you've got those together, you can, obviously we've cut them and we've sanded them already. Somewhere around here, here we go. We've got our white. This is obviously where the photos would go. Again, I like a double matte, so I'm going to adhere these onto them. You can remove all your tags now. You can see what's going on. Have changed the ink color slightly compared to the first layout, as this layout is the colors in the camping one are a bit more dark and earthy as opposed to bright, the blues. So I don't think I've actually used much blue in this layout. I've stuck with the sort of greens for camping and hiking. Yeah, that's the thing with this collection. It can be used for camping and for hiking, anything outdoors, really. Okay, so once you've got that, we're gonna, oh yes, my two colors. So the two colors that I've used is Jumbo Java, and then I've used the Niagara Mist, which we used on the previous collection. So anything on the green, I've used that on the white photos, and anything on that color, I've used Jumbo Java, and as you can see, there's the same color runs through on these blue sheets, and so I've used that there as well. So let's assign them quickly. There. Okay, I'll start with the Jumbo Java. And I used Jumbo Java on the blue because of that thread. So it's in the same color. I think this Jumbo Java, just from listening to everybody, is probably one of the most versatile colors there is in these Versa Magics. Again, if you don't like the double matte and you just want to go straight with your photos, you can skip this step. For me, I just really enjoy the look of a double matte photo. It just highlights the photo and brings your focus to it. Okay, I've mixed over, or jumped over now to the Niagara Mist. All the green pieces. must say one of my favorite pastimes is hiking in forests, just being sort of in nature. I mean, I love the beach, don't get me wrong. I know that's Erin's favorite place, but oh, nothing refreshes the soul more for me than being in a forest surrounded by trees. I could be a tree hugger if given half chance. Okay, I think I got them all. Looks like it. Go. Okay, the next step is pretty tedious, but let's go and apply tape to the back of these white pieces, stick them on, and then apply tape to the back of the actual cards themselves. So I'm going to start with the white pieces and then work my way to the back. I started with a full roll of tape and I'm just going to apply 2 leads just to speed it up a bit because I am not particularly fast at applying tape. Since moving down to this area, we try and go camping at least once a year. And we're really spoiled for choice with Tutankhamun down the road, Storms River, and then inland from us we have the Bovians, also really beautiful with some stunning yellow woods that grow in the ravines. If you haven't camped at Storms River, it really is the ultimate. Highly, highly recommend it. If you're South African, that is. If you're Australian, they have some pretty amazing campsites that side as well. One day, hopefully, when we're there, we can stay on a bit and do some camping. Been there enough times now to know that although everything wants to kill you, it's not going to. Okay, I'm going to stick these on, peel back. Kind of left them on their cards just so colors stay the same. Really enjoying the colors of this collection. It's always nice working with sort of more earthy natural palettes. Although the two collections use very similar colors, they are on their own on the palettes. Instead of the red in this one, we've gone with it's more sort of burgundy wine kind of color. This moss green is really pretty. Again, we'll be playing with some layers in this collection, but again, there'll be a base layer and then one layer up at various parts of it. So I've got a 6x4s done. I actually enjoyed having these little photos raised with foam. So I think I'm going to do that again with this layout. You know, you're going to be sticking these in an album, so they're probably going to go in the same album. So it's also nice to have a little bit of continuity, I think, throughout your album. Go. I think with these two, let's raise them up with foam. I don't see any issue. No, it'll work. Okay, 4 pieces of foam tape. You'll notice I'm not sticking it right on the edges because when we come to embellish, we'd like to tuck things under. Just makes it a whole lot easier. Okay, the rest of them we're not going to raise, so we can just apply tape onto the backs. I'm definitely going to run out of tape. Fortunately, Erin orders tape, I think in the 50s, so there's plenty. Yeah, so there's 6x4s. Apply tape on all of these guys as well. The large wallets. Okay, not sticking the tape right on the edge. Celebrate paper being 250 GSM. It's quite sturdy. Not having the tape on the edge means you can tuck things in when it comes to embellishing. There we go. Reach the end of that. Grab another roll. These little vans on the collection are super cute. Real kind of hippie vibe. For those of you who didn't quite pick up on the Yeti, abominable snowman guy, it's not a gorilla. So when we do fussy cut him out and we put him on the layout, we'll definitely have him behind a flap because they're elusive and you don't see them very easily. So make sure he's tucked away somewhere. Bit of an American concept, I suppose, but all watched enough movies. There we go. Okay, so all our photos that are going to be matted are done. We do have a couple extra, which will be used in various places on the layout. Yeah, but we'll color those separately. They won't be matted. I'm just going to have a sip of coffee. Okay, keep these to one side because we're definitely going to start using them. These are obviously all going on the inside, so that's probably going to be done last. Those larger wallets. These guys are going to be on the front, so we'll get onto those now. Yeah, bringing the layout back. We can start off with this guy. So the large 6x4. We have two of them. Let's get my layouts in view here so I don't tell you to do something incorrectly. Okay. So these are going to sit sort of there and same sort of thing matching there. That. Then going to take two of our plain unmatted, actually three of the plain unmatted ones. We're going to ink those all in green. So should we do that now quickly? Where's the Niagara Mist, mossy color? Again, don't go and buy inks if you have colors. I'm sure you can grab something that will match. Although I will say the Niagara Mist is a really stunning color, and I think it would be quite a versatile one for any nature sort of collections. Oh, there we go. One's going to go this side, two are going to go this side like that. This will go there. And then in your cutting on the one sheet, we had the four tags. So we're only going to use, I think, three of them. But you can choose which ones you want to use where. So I'm just going to copy my layout, but that's this camping one here is going to sit there. Okay, before I go on, I have noticed I haven't actually sanded these, so I'm going to quickly give them a sand. If you've sanded yours, just bear with me. If you haven't, give them a quick sanding. Again, once you start sanding, it's very obvious where you haven't sanded. So if you're going to do the sanding thing, you've got to stick to it and matte. Okay, that one will go there eventually. The other one is I'm eating now is the best memories on made camping. Okay, so this is going to sit here. That's going to go there, sort of like this. Leave these off for now. We will get there. So that's basically the placement of the thing. So we can go ahead and stick down. Okay. So once again, I'm going to come just off of the side here and what's that about there? Same with the other side. At this stage, we're staying pretty symmetrical. So just keep your layout sort of together, just so that you can match up two sides. There really isn't a wrong or a right, but there. These, we're going to have to tape them quickly. 3 of those, 4 of those. We don't need matting for them. I like to mat when a photo is a feature photo. Sometimes with the little guys, not really, and we don't want them all sort of features. So also make the pages look a bit too busy. So it's good to have a balance, I think. 2 strokes. And a little quote. There we go. What? Okay, I'm just trying to get to sort of like equidistant. And then visualizing that same bottom line, same distance in. Okay, when we get to the final touches, we will be putting some embellishments in that gap. Okay, coming across the other side now, same sort of thing, just 2 photos. Okay. So there you have it. That's the sort of front of the flaps. We will put tabs there and there, which was part of the fussy cutting from the barcode strips, but we'll do that at the end, and that'll show us where to grab and lift. But for now, we've got that one, and we've got that guy. Okay. Before we move on, let me close that up there. I think just to get these guys out of the way, we can place them so long. So they're going to go there and there, lining up with the top of the wood. And yeah, we can bring them however far in you want. So again, I mean, it's your layout. If you would prefer to go this way, feel free. If you want to go that way, feel free. I use them sort of, I use them the same. But sometimes it's nice to break symmetry. So I think maybe what I'll do is put this one, going this way in a landscape sort of orientation. And maybe do this one in portrait. And that's really entirely up to you and your preference. Okay, there we go. We then choose 2 more sayings. I think I use loving the camping life on that side and always take the scenic route on that side. Oh, I see you once again, but I've missed my sanding. Done quick. Okay, so I had that one there, had this one here. Should we raise it? Should we keep it flat? I think let's keep it flat because we've got the photos raised. It's that contrast, I think, between the 2 layers throughout the page. Just give it some depth. Make it all one-dimensional. Yeah. Juliet always likes to tell us, you use it once, you use it twice, use it thrice. I think it's her. So we'll have the 3 sayings. Okay, so there are 3 sayings, our photos. Cover's looking pretty cool. I did actually decorate a little bit using some of the border strips, but I think we'll leave that to the end. I just put them. We're here. Let's do it. Okay, so just measure up. This one. This one. I'm just going to stick this on with a bit of wet glue. They're much easier. Oops. Too much glue. Right, my hand before. We have big issues. This is going to overlap slightly, but that also adds some dimension there. Go. That. Cutting out these chevron borders. I mean, it's not as bad as the scallop, but it is a pain. But I just think they're really useful and just add something to the layout. Okay, the last little 2 bits that I used was for there and for there. It's actually going to be stuck on the base underneath, but we'll put that in a bit later. So just keep that little piece to one side. Okay, I think let's move on to the underneath. This layout's coming together quite quickly. Okay. So here's the underneath. We are now going to take M5, M6 and place them there and there. Like that. Some tape. And how you decide to decorate underneath these flaps is really entirely up to you. I'm just showing you what I did, but there was quite a lot of paper left over, and so as long as it doesn't stick out, so it doesn't ruin almost the front view of your page, you can create what you want underneath. Okay. Again, leave a slight gap because you want the paper to be able to fold back into place. And if you had that right up there, it wouldn't fold nicely. And up your layouts, just so everything sits nicely together. Okay. Now we've got the 8 photos. Okay, so what I did here is obviously we've got the same color twice. So there, there, there. So we've got those. Those are the top pieces here are rather busy, so I choose the plainer mats, the green or even the pink. So it's maybe that looks pretty cool there. And let's drop in a pink one just for some contrast. This side again, let's take, you can have them matching if you want. I think I'm going to rather mix them up a bit. So put that one there, and when we come down here, we get plainer, so we can start maybe the pink one there, that there. That. Okay. So you can go ahead and stick those down. All depending on what you're wanting to do. If you'd like to move them out and have a bigger gap to embellish and play with things, you can. I'm just going to use them sort of centered like that. So I'm just going to move this down so you can sort of see. There we go. You'll notice we do have the wood coming out on the side here, which is going to be an awesome place to put clusters and a couple of sayings. And I'll just make that wood not seem so random and bring it into the sort of cluster on that side. Again, looking at that distance there, trying to do that from the bottom, keeping it lined up. Go. So this layout obviously can accommodate a lot of photos. There are a lot of sayings that I never actually ended up using. And so if you don't have many photos of your camping trip, or this is just too much for you, replace one of these with a saying. There's some pretty cool, let me just grab the saying sheet quickly. There we go. So collect moments, not things. And so the adventure begins. Those would look pretty cool placed in there. Life is better around the campfire. So feel free now to make it your own. I just dig lots of photos. I think that's the point of scrapbooking. And so I'm going to rather go with more photos. You did have quite a lot of paper left over. Where is my old cut? Okay, so you did have like this sheet that was left over. So if you wanted to continue, you know, these mattings down, you could use a sheet like this. For me, I'm going to have these two floating over there. They're going to be covered, but it'll just break the line a bit. Perfect. Again, if you wanted to, you could have lined the pinks up and the blues up and everything. Yeah, I wanted to break some of the symmetry there. So, okay. So if I open up here, have a look on the inside. I actually did use some extra sheets down there, like I suggested. And now you get to play with some of the fussy cut items. Okay, we'll bring that back together. That's that up. So we've basically got the structure of the layout done. Now it's going to go to the fun part, which is embellishing the thing up. Push that up a bit there. So as you can see, there were two distinct scenes here. I wanted to close it up and create a sort of a campsite vibe. And so that's what I've done. Right, just move that there and you can visualize it. Okay, what's quite cool is some of the things can tuck under your flap, which just, yeah, I think looks quite cool. So a lot of these items were available on the fussy cut sheet. Pop out my, move this across. There we go. My fussy cut items. Yeah. These knee cut sleeves are awesome. Okay. So there was that car. Let's find it, which is really just a duplicate. We're going to raise them up. And it was this truck, which I'm going to place there. The back of the camper van over there. Over here there was the tent, yes. Yeah, wrong tent. Here he is here. So this is the tent I used there. Excuse me. So I'm just placing them down here. So we see that tree went there. Quite a few different trees. It's really fun creating like the whole wood vibe. Let's get my trees together. There we go. Okay. Surprisingly, this wasn't actually the worst sheet to cut. It went quite quickly compared to the fishing one. Okay, so if we have a look at that now, we can see this tree and this tree are going to go there and there. This guy and this guy are going to go there and there. And this one, where did I use this one? I'm covering it. I'll find it now. We seem to have a bit of a gap there, so let's put in there. It's going to go under, tuck under anyway. Okay. So most of these items, in fact, everything except these two back trees, there and there, and this cluster here, is going to be flat. So let's raise up. Sorry, just give me a sec. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's raise up the vehicles. We've got 1, 2, 3 vehicles. We can raise those up with foam tape. Creating layers on your border, well worth the effort. Playing with foam tape is not fun, but it's well worth it. There. Small piece so that tire doesn't collapse down and the bumper stays up. There we go. Same sort of thing with this vehicle. That. If you're doing this at home, obviously take a bit more time. Get the sort of smaller pieces. Lift it up as much as possible, otherwise it will tend to flop down over time. If you do stick something wrong with that going over, it's pretty easy, just cut it, cutting your paper. Okay, so there's the vehicles. Okay, so them up there for now, because I think we're going to want to raise a few more things here. This tree, that tree are the only two trees that we raise. Yes. Okay. More fun tape. The rest of these items we're actually going to stick flat. So I think, sorry, I'm messing us around here, but I want to open these flaps just so that we stick them correctly. The tent is definitely, we wanted to go across. So just find somewhere where you're happy. I think I'm going to come sort of about there. You can just use your pen to mark where you want to cut it. I'm just going to cut it on my guillotine, but you can use a blade. There we go. Link my two sides so that we can use tape or a bit of glue. And use glue just for speed. And put your layouts together just so those two match nicely. There we go. Okay, this tree's then going to come on that side. We can get flat. So, a bit of glue. Really just creating a cool little camping scene. Leave that one for now. So these two trees are going to go touching the edges. So right out on their edges. Again, we do this just so that these cool borders, which do look nice, but we want them to sort of like integrate into the page, not be these dark separations. Okay. So we had these two little trees, which are now raised. So we're going to have them coming in front. Obviously, they're up with the mirror tape. So that's just going to give them okay. Then got the vehicles. That guy can go over there. And this really is the fun part. So I hope you're enjoying this. And it's also, this is the part where you can really make it your own. You could have left your clusters in the corners, had a blank between. You could join it like I'm joining it. You could join it with trees, not the extra vehicle that I've got coming in here. There was a really cool little van which you could have used in place of it. So really go to town. Okay. Come on. I really hope there'll be some tips and tricks in the comments because I just don't have fingers for tweezers, cat fingers, and so let's have him right there, leaving the tent. Here we go. They've created a pretty cool. There was an extra tree, so you could always pop that guy in. Looks like a bit of a spot there where you could fit in quite nicely. Might just have to chop away a little bit just to fit under that photo. I mean, under that vehicle. There we go. Yeah, let's put that one there. Obviously, we're not going to use trees up anywhere because we've created the scene on the bottom, so let's use them. Done the time fussy cutting them, so we might as well use them. Here we go. Okay. So if we bring this down now, there's it down. We've got an awesome seam that's created. When we open our flaps, the seam continues underneath. Okay, there was a tent that was sitting in with your fussy cuts. There it is there. Now this guy. The best memories are made camping, so that's the perfect spot for a tent. You could actually, I think I might actually raise this with foam just to make it a feature. Okay. I'm going to have it coming over a bit and leave a space there because there's an awesome chipboard lantern connection. So these lanterns up here, we'll color that and put a lantern in there. So let's try and have it touching all three there, there, and there. Cool. And then we'll have a sort of lantern there to finish that cluster. Okay. We're starting to take shape. What we can do now is, remember I told you to keep that I keep it, here it is. So I wanted to continue this there and there. We were just going to wait for that. So this is going to be stuck on the base, not actually on the flap itself. Again, it's on the base, not the flap. There we go. So when we open, it's there. Okay. I will show you how it was decorated. I haven't colored the chipboard as yet, but we will get there. We have our abominable snowman Yeti guy. So there's a pretty cool little spot for him to kind of go, and we can take one of our sort of sayings and have that loving the camping life. That'll work quite well. We don't want to raise anything with foam underneath here because it's going to affect how the layout lies when it's closed. So this is all stuck flat. Okay. Sorry, I might have to screenshot here. Just bring it in a bit. Okay. So we've just created that sort of cluster there. We've got some cool mountains. So I think perhaps something like this with one of the other circle sayings. All good things are wild and free over there. Oops. Fingers are tacky. Okay. Not sure which color is going to go better. Just check there. I think the green stands out a bit more, so that's a little dirt never hurt. Okay, we have lots of chipboard pieces that we could place up there later. We have little tags. Excuse me. Okay, there's that. I think the last sort of detail. Oh, I had this tree. Okay, that was a pretty cool little kind of dead tree, which I think was going to work quite nicely there. So again, if you'd stuck this down first, it would have been perfect. Now we might just have to trim a little bit off the base to make it fit. Perfect. Something's just fit beautifully. Happy with that there. Okay, there's lots of little cameras. There's some cool things. I mean, a camera always is nice for a photo, you know, stick it on a corner. Now let's take our camera. I think we're going to open it up and maybe even just complete the scene here. Yep, it works. The rest of it here is really up to you. There are lots of sayings, so now you can get going with adding titles. Wonder often, wonder always. Where should I use a title? We have space up there. You know, oh, there we go. What about over there? I like that. Obviously, you need to have your photos on the layouts before you stick them like this. Okay, there are literally too many sayings, so just have some fun. I think because we've got one saying on the inside there, let's maybe get another one just to balance it out. life is good in the woods, like that. Coming out of this cluster. There we go. Okay. You wild live free. Again, the burgundy on this collection, on the camping one, is like the red in the fishing. So it's a sort of accentuating color. So it is nice to have pops of it every sort of now and again. I think I might put that there just to balance out the two sayings on that side. Be wild, live free. Okay. The rest of the decorating, I think you can do on your own. Make it your own. I think it's just really the chipboard. So if I bring the original layout over and place it on top. Okay, so if you look at that, I've got some of the chipboard. What did I do with him here? So I've gone and I've colored it. I've used two different decorative colors. Again, I just like decorative. I like that radiant kind of shine it gives it without being too overboard. So I used dark brown and I used the celestial copper. Dark brown, celestial copper. So there I've got one of the hikers, one of the other hikers, balance it up. You had some really cool little flowers in your fussy cuts. Just create little clusters. I did raise those with foam, but just use your leaves. Create some cool little clusters there and there. I've used the 3 lanterns that were with the chipboard. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there. That's done in the celestial copper. The little place tags, I think that's what you call them, place tags. Quite a few of those, but those are really cool just to highlight sort of the areas that are dead. Your tabs, like we did in the other layout, put them back to back. Adventure. And again, the tab is just going to tell you where to pick up to flap. Somebody that's going through your album. Tab again. Tab on the other side. And that's basically the layout done. Again, color your chipboards as you desire. I think I saw Sandy Cock did some really cool lanterns where she made them look all rusty and with the flame in the right color and that, and it came out beautifully. But got some really nice sort of like interest and depth and layers, and it's just it was a really fun collection to work with. And we were able to create 2 layouts, one with 13 photos, one with 15 photos. So thank you for joining these classes. Just a little go back to the first layout. Yeah, we've got that one with the camping. We had this one, fishing. All of that out of one pack, and there's plenty more. I have used the acetate, as you can see, in places. Acetate is really cool for sticking over your photos because it doesn't cover them. I'd like to see how you used it, and please share your images, your images of completed projects with us. And this was fun. Thank you for joining me, and we'll see you with the next collection. Cheers, guys.